Alrighty, I think we're gonna go ahead. Hang on. Yes, there we go. Let's get it started. Let's get it going. You need video. There we are. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Hi. I am mostly feeling better. The throat, the whole voice thing was really bad, I would say Monday and Tuesday. So unfortunately, we sort of caught the worst end of it on Tuesday. Started feeling a lot better on Wednesday. Still congested, still not amazing, but definitely feeling better. On the way up, on the mend, as they say. And I hope you all are doing well. Also, I hope the week is treating you kindly. I hope you guys are ready for the weekend. Has anyone been watching, following the Game Awards tonight? I was watching for a little bit. I was sort of keeping up with the announcements and the award ceremonies. I'm really hoping that somebody takes the gloves off in their acceptance speech, because this has been a very good year for games, but the industry has been in a really bad way, and someone just needs to say it. Let me say hi to you guys really quickly. Hello, Standing. Hello, it's good to see you. Thank you for the well wishes. I'm feeling better. Mostly. I probably still don't sound 100%. I guess I'm technically not 100%, but I am back to sounding the normal levels of cringe. And hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. So yeah, I don't know. Expedition 33, I think Keighley was even saying, is like the most nominated game in Game Awards history. Like, it has the most nominations, the most categories. It's like, yeah, it's gonna win most or all of those. Which isn't, I don't know, like, I would say it's not fair, but it's also kind of, from what I've heard, a phenomenal game. So I really want to play it at some point. It's on the list. When are we actually gonna get to it? I don't freaking know. So yeah, I'll catch up with that later. If you guys are sort of following along and want to be like, oh, this game won, that would be fine, but it's whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I do feel like, okay, so there was one thing. There was one thing that gave me a lot of good feeling about the awards this year, which I want to take as a sign that they learned their lesson. So I was talking with a friend, and they were saying that some of the streamers, or actually I think it was Mage, was saying that a lot of the streamers they had talked with, who had streamed the game, kind of wish they had just played it on their own, just to experience it at their own pace and not have to sort of balance it with the stream. Which is fair, right? It's a different experience when you're playing a game on stream versus playing it on your own. And you know, when it's a game like that, I feel like that does have a real impact, you know? It feels different. It's not a good thing or a bad thing, it's just a different experience, you know? Oh, but the good thing, the thing that I was very sort of happy to see. So, Expedition 33 did win Best Score, right? It didn't win Best Sound Design, which is like, alright, fine, whatever. Oh no, they lost a category. They only have like 12 more to win. But the two people came on. There was a man and a woman came on, and the man did his speech, and then, you know, said thank you, and they started doing the playoff music, and the lady came up to the mic and said she would like to say something, and they just like hard cut off the music. right? Like they didn't like try and play it off. They didn't, we're like, no, you said your piece, you gotta go. It was like, okay, nope, nope, she's gonna talk. We're gonna let her talk because it was a year or two ago. The whole please wrap it up debacle, which award ceremonies always have some amount of time allotment, right? They're like, okay, we wanna we need to keep the schedule going. So it's understandable, but a year or two ago, it got really like embarrassing to the point of they were trying to play people off. They were having like very serious and emotional speeches, and the show was just like, we gotta go so we can play more trailers, and everyone was kind of like, ew. So I feel like they learned their lesson on that part of like, we might give them a bit of like a gentle nudge, but we're not gonna try and force it like we were doing before. So that's good. That's good. I appreciate signs of growth and recognition of past mistakes. That's good. So I don't know. I'll catch up with the rest of the ceremony, the rest of the event tomorrow. Just kind of see where things landed. I do want to follow up with the acceptance speeches just because I want to see what people say. Given some of how they went, I kind of feel like they contacted all the nominees and were like, guys, listen, we know you might want to tear the industry a new asshole, and it's not that that's invalid, just please don't do it here. I don't know, some of them felt pain, let's say. They felt very measured in what they decided to say. Which, I don't know, it's fair, it's diplomatic, I guess, but it's just kind of like, we all know this is a problem. Someone just needs to say it. On that subject, because this came up twice today, it came up in a conversation I was having, and it came up in a video I was watching. What the fuck is Windows 11, man? What a... It's remarkable how much they're determined to make Windows 11 just terrible. Like, it's... I don't know, the basic user interface is not remarkably worse than 10, I would say. I feel like you can move some stuff around and get it looking and feeling very similar to 10, and it's not terrible, right? I'll grant it that much. It's like, all right, we can live with this begrudgingly. But just everything that they try to add to the operating system is more frustration and bloatware and bullshit that either just tanks the performance or adds security vulnerabilities or some other disaster. And I'm like, the Traveler runs 11 because it came with it. My work PC, my work laptop runs 11 because, company computer is gonna update, right? But my desktop is still running 10 and I don't want to upgrade it. I really don't. I honestly would rather migrate to Linux. I know it's not there yet. I know there isn't a general level of adoption, and I would probably say I don't think even the most sort of stable and user-friendly versions of Linux are quite at the level of being on par with Mac or Windows. I don't think it's quite there yet, but it is getting better. And I don't know, if I can just get to that point where I don't feel like I have to use Windows to use all the software that I want, I'm probably gonna switch. That's kind of the last hurdle for me, is like, and it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I know I've said this before, but Windows, Microsoft doesn't understand that what many of their users want is a platform to run the software that they want. They don't care that much about the operating system. They just want it to build their computer environment on top of. I keep seeing videos on how to turn off so much of the bloat. I wish Microsoft would get to the point that stuff should be opt-in, not by default. Right, and I think they had to do that with the recall feature. Big quotes there. That there was like so much backlash and people calling out like vulnerabilities and ways that this was a bad idea, that they were like, okay, we're gonna make it opt-in. I went on, I think the mini PC is not updated enough to even have it included, because I went in and I could not find it. So I just don't think it's running at all. I don't think it's there, which is good because I don't want it. It's so dumb. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. And I don't know. The video was pointing out that, you know, Microsoft has such a massive presence on the enterprise level, right? Like, companies just get Windows by default in the vast majority of cases, right? So with the amount of money that's getting traded on that end, all of the consumer grade feedback is just kind of like, okay, but we don't care. Which, I don't know, I guess it's true on one hand, but I feel like a not insubstantial amount of the user base just up and leaving is gonna affect them. It might not affect them in their quarterly report, but it is gonna affect like the overall adoption rate of Windows. But they only care about quarterly reports, so what the fuck do I know?
There was a time when
I'm trying to remember all the stuff that I want to yap about on Tuesday. I kept having ideas, and then I'm like, I can't talk about it because my voice is shut. On that subject, we do have a lot of drawing to do, so why don't we head on over to Clip, and then we can keep on yapping while we go. I'm trying to remember. I am tired. I think the cold has been messing with my sleep a little bit, obviously, and then today was just a very frustrating day. I don't know. It honestly probably wasn't that bad, but I was just the end of the day rolled around and I was just like, I'm so tired. I'm so done with this. I don't know. Some days are like that. You just gotta roll with them. Okay, before I get really into the nitty-gritty details. Let's finish. We got a lot of cleanup left to do here.
Find excuses for your anger. You're drowning in sorrow. We know the reasons to stay are selfish. You must go and show you what this burden is hiding. The meaning of it all. How beautiful this life can be. You don't have to run. Don't waste.
One announcement that was very surprising from the Game Awards. So there has been a Knights of the Old Republic remake that's been floating around for a little while. They did a little teaser trailer for it, and then something happened to the studio. I don't remember what it was, but it's kind of unclear now what's going to happen to the remake. If that's still happening, or if it's just kind of underwater at this point. But they put out a little cinematic teaser for Fate of the Old Republic, which is going to be KOTOR 3, which is like, oh, what? Let me see if there's any actual news about that at this point. Fate of the Old Republic. Cinelinks, PC Gamer. Let's see. From Archanaut, developed in collaboration with Lucasfilms, announced at the Game Awards. Developed by a new studio launched by Casey Hudson, the director of the original KOTOR and the Mass Effect trilogy. That's fascinating. That is fascinating to me. I feel like there's layers to that. I still have some coffee left. I've just been like slowly nursing it all day. It's good. Hold on 1 second. Alright, I'm probably gonna have to still be clearing my throat a fair amount tonight. Anyway, so BioWare famously made KOTOR originally, right? Casey Hudson directing it. And then that was before the EA acquisition. I think that was just... Who published the original KOTOR? BioWare, Obsidian, Saber. Was it Microsoft? No. For the first... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, the original game was published by Microsoft and LucasArts. And then BioWare developed it. BioWare got acquired... I'm trying to remember if Jade Empire was EA's first title. No, that was still Microsoft. So I think it was between Jade Empire and Mass Effect. No, Jade Empire and Dragon Age. Dragon Age was the first EA title. EA bought BioWare. Or yeah, I guess bought them. And so then KOTOR 2. Wait. KOTOR 2 was developed by Obsidian. Was that? Who published that? LucasArts. Oh. Oh, it gets. Oh, this goes deep. This goes deeper than I thought. This is interesting. So, LucasArts published the original two games. EA acquired BioWare, and so EA published the MMO, The Old Republic. But EA never had KOTOR. I guess technically. So the owners for that would have continued to be LucasArts? Because Microsoft didn't publish KOTOR 2. So I guess LucasArts has always been the IP retainer. And then of course LucasArts got acquired by Disney. So yeah, they're effectively free to just shop that around to whoever they want. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't realize that. That's fun. One thing I will be a little bit curious about is if CIG dares to show up with Squadron 42 this year. Are they actually gonna like make that commitment of like, no, next year we're super serious, it's gonna happen, it's finally happening. For Squadron 42 specifically, because they seem to want it. They seem to really want it. I mean, wanting and doing are two separate things, but they have not yet said anything about pushing the release date back any further. So we'll see. We will see. What the hell happened here? Oh, I think it's when I was cleaning up the collar. I just made a huge mess of it. That's fine. There we go. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. I don't know. Obviously, having the original director heading up the project gives some, I don't know, like, it's weird to use legitimacy, but that kind of feels like the right word for it. Like, it's not really an indication of the credit or the quality of the studio that's making it, but it's something. It is something. And of course, a project like this is going to be so huge that having a singular name attached to it is not a clear indication of anything one way or the other, right? But I think if it had been BioWare, I would have just been like, pass. You know, I think I would have just looked at it and not had really any confidence that it was gonna turn into anything. Whereas this is at least kind of like, okay, there's something here. I have been slowing down a little bit on Star Citizen just because, I don't know, at this point I kind of feel like I'm just waiting for 4.5. I'm waiting for engineering to happen. I'm really interested to see how that goes. And it does sound like they're making some good progress, good balance and adjustments and such, and bug fixing in the test service. Well, if they were going to release it to live this week, I think it would have been today. So I'm guessing they're probably going to try and push it next week. But at the same time, you know, looking at all of the feedback that they've gotten, and the adjustments and corrections that they've made, I'm like, yeah, they need to push this to live. I think they need to get it to the player base at large and get the feedback and get the telemetry and say, oh, okay, this is how it's going. This is what's happening. You know, this is working in these places and these are not working. And we need to do these things, right? And I think if they just take it back internally and cook it for another 6 months, they're not going to be getting the field data, right? They're going to be getting calculations. They're going to be getting projections. But the sense that I get is that people like the general vibe of it. They just don't like how it's working, right? They don't like the specifics. And I feel like this is just one of those cases where they go, okay, player base, now we're really going to remind you that you all agreed to test this game with us. So get testing. But I don't know. I'll be interested to see what happens with it. There we go. I was watching this video the other day talking about earthquake lights, which is this weird phenomena that has been like talked about for centuries, but they only finally got any hard evidence, like anything more than like vague anecdotes rather. Back in like the late 70s. And even then it was only one or two cases. And it wasn't really until like 10 years ago that they started actually being able to compile a broader range of events and go, oh yeah, like shit, there's a lot of these. And they still don't know exactly what it is or what the cause is. The two sort of prevailing theories that were brought up in the video, and maybe they're both right, because essentially what happens is, not all the time, but in a few instances, you know, some number of earthquakes, a few minutes preceding them, there are bizarre light events, flashes that sometimes look like lightning or can look like auroras or fires. And that's part of the weird thing, is it's not the same looking event every time. Like each one kind of has its own bizarre behavior patterns. And you're looking at it and you're like, what the fuck is this? And then a few minutes after, there's an earthquake. So the two sort of prevailing theories or hypotheses, I guess there's not really enough to you know, form a theory at this point, but the two that were put forward were essentially that there are, you know, sort of gas pockets and such that get disturbed by the mounting pressure in the earth, and the gas, you know, ionizes and gets forced up through, you know, little microfissions and such to the surface, where it interacts with the atmosphere and you get chemical reactions. The other, I think, was something more akin effectively to the stone and metal itself ionizing and, you know, sort of generating a magnetic charge, and then that energy sort of lances up into the air, and so you get these light shows as the earth sort of prepares to release all this energy. You know, they were saying, unfortunately, we don't know enough about the process. And it is not consistent enough that it can be used as an early warning system, right? Though there have been a couple instances of people who like have heard about earthquake lights and saw a weird light phenomenon and was like, uh-oh. And, you know, were able to sort of start moving before the earthquake happened and made it to safety. So if we do start to understand it better, there is a possibility there. There is a potential of it being something that could serve that purpose, but definitely not right now. Not until it is better understood. It is kind of amazing to me to hear sometimes about just like this thing that you feel like, oh yeah, that's just something that we've always known, right? Like it is just permeated into the general consciousness, the general knowledge base, and you're like, yeah, we just know that. And then you find out it's like, oh, we only figured that out like 50 years ago or 80 years ago. It's like relatively very young information. And you're just kind of like, what did people do before that?
At last our day has come.
Alright, grab my tea real quick.
Operation Free Grace Marion. All forces
I don't know. Knowledge is always changing.
have thoroughly besieged Grace
It's always growing.
I'm sure we'll be running into some heavy resistance. This is the last battle. Let's win this thing and go home.
Making a mess. There you go. Put that right there. Just, there we go. Is that? What is that? I guess it's just a little stubborn bit. There we go.
All planes, commence with mission. We're gonna take back Grace Marion today. There we go.
That's looking pretty good. Yeah. I'm just gonna shorten this down by a little bit. And then we can cut this off. Yeah. Okay. Who's next? Yeah. Oh, I'm stupid. Alright, hang on. Wrong layer. Yeah. Okay. One thing I need to do here is I need to take some of this, sort of blend it in with the skin tone over here. So I get this a little lighter shine occurring on the blue skin, the purple skin. There we go. If I were trying to traditionally paint, I would get so frustrated because I would use up all my mix paint and you can never get exactly the same color again. Right? Like you get it just the way you want it and then you use up the entire mix and you try and mix another one and it's a little bit different. You never get it exactly the same the second time. You're just like, what's even the fucking point? Which, I don't know. You could argue that's part of the experience, that's part of the beauty of it. Like, you just have the painting as it was made, with all of its little faults and peculiarities. That's just part of the state of its existence, and you either appreciate that or you don't. I think that's a lovely little sentiment, but also, god damn it, I want my color back. You know, one thing I'm gonna want to see once all the dust is settled, once the Game Awards are over, I definitely want to go back and I want to go through the library trailers. I will be very curious to see what announcements come out of any of Microsoft Studios. Bethesda, Obsidian, Rare, anyone. Like, is anybody have something coming up that they're ready to talk about? Because to have a stable that big and nobody shows up would be a very bad sign. We're not dead yet. Are you fucking sure about that? Cause the prognosis is not great, Chief. It's kinda bad. I mean, I will definitely talk shit about Sony, but at least they're making video games. Yeah, if you clap your hands and believe hard enough, Microsoft will shit out a video game. That's how it works, right? I don't know. Really good year of games, just not from the big players, you know? All the big houses just are not, they're collapsing under their own weight. They've gotten too big, too bloated, and too sluggish. I'm going to be very interested when GTA 6 comes out. I feel like that's going to be a watershed. Well, it has the potential to be. I think if GTA 6 is wildly successful, then much of the industry will maintain its current heading. Because it's like, oh, see, we can do it. Rockstar did it. Rockstar sank like 9 years and $1 gajillion into this game and made it all back in a month. Right? So it does work. We just need to be the next one to do that. But I don't know, like if GTA 6, I wouldn't even say if it flops. I don't think it's gonna flop. I would be stunned if it actually objectively flopped. But if it doesn't do gangbusters, if it doesn't, you know, shake the world off of its axis when it comes out, I feel like it's gonna be a reckoning for the rest of the industry of like, we have hit the ceiling. We have gotten too big and too unwieldy, and we can't keep functioning this way. Yeah, that might just be hopium on my part, but I mean, GTA 6 was supposed to come out this fall. It was supposed to come out in October, and they delayed it. But a bunch of studios, like a bunch of games, had already, you know, moved their release dates because they were like, we don't want to be in the same release pool as GTA 6. If we're there, we're gonna get eaten alive. And then GTA delayed, and everyone who had, you know, pivoted to come out sometime after GTA 6 went, fuck. And everyone was like, yippee! October's available again. And then Silksong came out. Everyone's like, fuck! There's always a bigger fish. You just can't win. So, you know, I bring that up just because GTA is a big enough deal that its movements literally move the industry around it. It has a gravitational well in terms of its success metrics compared to everyone else, and everyone having to sort of move around its release schedule to avoid getting caught up in it. It is legitimately a big deal. So I think how well that game does can be used as a point of reference for everyone else to go like, oh, this whole sort of strategy is working really well, or it's done. It's gone too far. We have found the logical limit, and now we need to pare back to something more manageable. Or I suppose more of the illogical limit. Do you think the devs feel pressure over? Yes. Yes, I think they definitely do. Even if it's not, you know, something that... Because most devs, for their own well-being, do not, I think, keep up with news about their game, right? Because I'm sure you have gone to Reddit threads and seen how people talk about the games that they like and the devs that make them, never mind the stuff that they don't enjoy. On that subject, 07s to all the PR people, all the marketing teams and people that have to interface directly with the player base. Zen-like patience. But even if they aren't, you know, directly interfacing with the players or reading about the feedback and anticipation and whatever else. Their managers, the people that are doing the scheduling and the budgeting, are definitely like putting that pressure on the team to hit the success that they want or need to see. So no, I think it is reasonable to say that the pressure at Rockstar is very high right now, especially since they laid a bunch of people off. I see so many times where people are like, we have the best community and the best players in the whole world. And I'm like, have you seen your community? Have you seen the shit they say? Are you sure about that? Do you maybe want to fact check that statement? I don't know if that's true. I know every dev is gonna gas up their own community. That's fair. I'm just saying. Sometimes people say that, and I'm like, I think that is an objectively false statement. Yeah, no one's gonna come out and be like, yeah, our players fucking suck. They're just the actual scum of the earth. I think the only people that might do that are the War Thunder devs, because they're like, our player base has gotten us on multiple government watch lists. We see traffic from the Pentagon onto our forums on a regular basis just to make sure another classified document hasn't been leaked. Our players suck. Why have they done this to us? That looks pretty good. Mhm.
I feel good. Just won't you step with me, dance with me, feel alright. I
Good.
feel good
Alright.
on you.
I think a lot of the upper body is working pretty well. We still have some stuff to clean up, particularly in the hair. But I want to go down here because this is just feeling very, very rough.
Close your eyes, come to me. Close your
Alright, 1 second. Right. Had to repressurize. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was watching another video recently, sort of talking about this is general metrics of like game sales and game pricing and whatnot. I was just looking at a few different surveys, a few different studies in aggregate. So, there's a little bit of like overlapping data that paints a particular picture, which is not necessarily how the overlap is exactly occurring. But essentially, the two things that the video was looking at, was like, namely on Steam, sort of what the average price of games being sold was, and there's been an upward trend, right? Of this year we are looking at $70 and $80 game titles, but the majority of games that are being sold, at least on Steam, are still down in like the $15 to $25 range, which I think makes sense. A lot of people that buy games on Steam are typically like looking for sales, waiting for sales, sort of browsing the cheaper bins, so to speak, for those deals. There are definitely discussions that could be had about the possible sort of risks. Yeah, I guess risks, you could say, of like indie games and such, thinking, well, okay, so if we price ourselves above $20, we're screwed, right? Because no one's gonna buy an indie game for more than like $20 or $30. Which you might say, well, that's not true. If it's good enough, I'll buy an indie game for $50, $60. But think about how hard it is to get people to pay anything for a mobile game, right? That's the extreme end of the spectrum of like, we have so many offerings of free-to-play mobile games that you start playing and pay later with microtransactions or whatever, that if you try and actually slap a price tag on a mobile game, you just lose. You just don't sell it. So there is that particular risk, but we're certainly not at that extremity yet. Not with indie PC or console titles. That was one thing they were looking at. Is like, what is the sort of median price point that games are getting sold at? And the other one was a pretty small survey. It was like 2,200 people or something. Sort of looking at how many games are people buying over the year, and a massive proportion, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like skewed very heavily in favor of the group that buys like 1, maybe 2 titles a year, right? They buy a video game, and that's kind of their new thing for the year. You know, they might have sort of a tried and true game, you know, their Flight Sim or their FIFA or their Call of Duty or, you know, whatever that is just sort of like their regular comfort game, and then they'll pick up a new title now and again. You know, the avid gamers that are buying like a new game a month or playing enough games that something like Game Pass makes sense comprises a very small percentage of the survey group. So again, these two data points don't coincide with each other, right? Like, the frequency of purchases might have some influence on how much you're willing to pay, because if you can find like 6 really good indie titles and you choose to buy those, that's like $120, $150 as opposed to $360 for, you know, 6 full price AAA games, or now even over $400 if they're all $70 a pop. Right, so it could have some correlation there, but much more you're just kind of looking at these two circles with maybe some Venn diagram overlap. Howdy Mage, happy Thursday. I hope you're doing alright. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting to sort of look at, like, get some idea of the spending habits. And just kind of be like, yeah, this whole $70 price range doesn't seem to really be panning out, because I think at least in my case, you know, if I see a game come out for $70, it's like, okay, cool. Unless I really desperately want it, I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale. No model. Why does nobody say these things? Thank you. It wasn't a bit. It was not a bit. It was me being stupid. The bit is that I'm an idiot. I might have like nudged my mouse or something and dragged it away when I wasn't looking. Oh, is it over? Gotcha. Were there any surprises? As far as when it goes, fair enough. I did appreciate that the expedition team was there and they were all in striped shirts and berets. It was just like, yeah, that's fair. Fucking French maxing. There's like a block of the audience that was just in like black, white, and red. It was very visible every time they did a crowd shot. I'm like, oh, there's the expedition team. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to check. I'm gonna watch the rest of the awards during work tomorrow. Just catch up on it. Cause I definitely wanna hear what I wanna hear the acceptance speeches. I wanna hear people be candid. I don't know if anyone's gonna be, but I wanna hear it. YouTube tutorials make the world go round. It's looking a little better. Yeah, I still need to... I obviously didn't see all the announcements. I'm sure there'll be compilations later. It just seemed like they were giving more allowance to people to do their speeches, which I appreciate. Yeah. Well, you get raked over the coals once, you kind of remember that, right? Hopefully you remember it. And if not, I'm sure the community would be happy to do it again. Looking better. A little rough. There we go. Nice. Definitely want to do another pass on the fabric. The shirt is just feeling very meh, but we'll work on that. We'll get there in a minute. I like the colors here. Shape doesn't make any sense. What am I trying to do here exactly? Tank Rat, Photor. Photor will be interesting. I'm very curious about that. I was talking about it earlier. I don't know. I wish I could get more excited about Exodus. I'm just kind of not. Warlock! I think if I had more faith in Wizards, I would be interested in Warlock. I'd be more interested in Divinity if I could finally finish Baldur's Gate. I feel like I'm not gonna look at Divinity until I finish that. Better, but still weird. Well, that's awkward. Wait, it's not the same studio, is it? Making both of those? Both are backed by Wizards. What the fuck is Wizards have anything to do with Exodus? Alright. God, why does this look so shit? Hang on. Let's see, did that. Hmm.
Easy Somehow I can't help but see how your
Okay, that's a bit better.
your hands seal the entrance.
Okay. Yeah, I think I see what I was doing wrong. Kind of. Some reckoning of it, at least. Like, that part's gonna be big. And then that's gonna cover, right? But these two should run up against each other. I think what I was doing wrong was I was leaving a gap between them. And it was not the right shape.
Lend me your voice. Words you try so hard to forget. They'll break through the silence. Bring me close. Let me see the past you regret. Deep down.
Okay. Exodus is wizards and archetype warlock is wizards and invoke. I still don't get why wizards has anything to do with Exodus. It's like it's not one of their properties.
It's not so
That's a weird one.
living all by.
I guess for me,
It isn't hard.
yeah, but wizards doesn't.
No, that's what you say. It's what you
I guess the thing for me about Exodus is it's a sci-fi odyssey game. Right? It's a sci-fi odyssey story, which is potentially interesting. But I don't know, like
but you know, I
I don't
just you as you are. Just the you that
there's a disconnect for me.
for me. It's all
Where I feel like I'm just not that interested in whatever story they seem to be trying to tell.
lend me your
And I feel like the gameplay itself just feels kind of, from what I have seen of it, the gameplay just looks kind of generic action. It feels very reminiscent of Mass Effect. Which, I don't know, I suppose it's, like, for some people it's a good thing, and it's not necessarily a terrible thing. I just, like, it's fine. It's not particularly a style of gameplay that I was like, man, I wish people made more of this. So, I think a lot of it is just really dependent on how good the writing is. Which, maybe it'll surprise me, but I don't know. Every time Exodus comes up, I'm just kind of like, eh. We'll see. We'll hope. But I am not particularly overwhelmed with confidence. Nothing about it has really convinced me that it's going to be something to be excited for. I could be wrong. It would be nice if I'm wrong, but I'm still waiting for that, if that makes sense. Yeah, if they can do something cool with it, then that's good. And if not, then it's like, alright, well, whatever. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Okay. Yes. Looks like that. Good. What the fuck is this? Oh, actually, mate, since you watched the entire thing, I was curious about one thing. Were there any announcement trailers from any of the studios under the Microsoft umbrella? Right off. That's very concerning. And yeah, at this point, that's enough studios that it would be hard to remember everybody, but the fact that there's no like standout indicators, like kind of by the same token, to have that many studios and just nothing. Not a teaser, not a whiff. It's really bad. It's a bad look.
Take shelter. It's time to hold
One second. Oh boy. Diablo DLC. That's the rallying cry we all needed. Surely this will bring balance, restore confidence, and herald the return of the good times. You have a friend who worked on Diablo 4. Just never got into it. Never really been to Diablo in general. More of a StarCraft fellow myself. That said, I only played Wings of Liberty. Releasing each of the campaigns separately. Kind of a dick move. Also just made it kind of a pain to keep up with. You know, I don't know. It is concerning that they didn't show anything. It is not surprising given how hard they've been gutting their studios. But it does not speak well to long-term health. If they felt like they had nothing to show this year. We'll see. We'll see if something just to come around. So one thing I need to do before I leave for holiday is there's a program called Moonlight, which basically lets you set up a point-to-point connection between two computers, and so you can have the host computer running Sunshine, sort of the partner program. And the Sunshine computer will effectively, you can tell it to play a game, and it will do all of the processing. It'll do all of the heavy lifting, and then link it to the computer running Moonlight. And Moonlight will receive the render data, the render information, all the processing information, and send back the controller inputs, right? So you can essentially play over internet using a more powerful computer somewhere else. Apparently it works quite well. I have a friend who used it and had his computer in the Northwest and was playing a game in Florida. And, you know, it certainly wasn't perfect, but it was effective. I mean, Steam Link is very much the same thing. It's just, it has to be over the same Wi-Fi signal. Whereas this would allow you to transmit long distances. So, I want to get that set up. The Traveler is decently capable on its own, but more than I would have expected from it. But there's still stuff that's just like, it's not gonna run. And I would like to essentially leave my desktop on and run a few things that way. I downloaded Sunshine. I haven't downloaded Moonlight yet because the Traveler wasn't on, so I should download that tonight after stream. And I'll probably play around with it some this weekend, see if I can get the connection up and running, and get the two of them talking to each other. Sort of figure out what that's gonna need. The holidays are less than 2 weeks away. We only got one more work week left for the entire year. Good fucking minutes. There we go. Alright. Still a little chunky down here, but it's better than it was. And then I'm just gonna do this on a second layer. It'll be easier. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Draw through. Go back down here. Let's save a bit right there. Can add a bit of folding in. I think one of the things I want to do for the last stream of the year is lay out some goals for 26. Not resolutions, but some goals. Objectives. No resolutions is different. I don't know. I feel like New Year's resolutions has a measure of self-flagellation in the event of not hitting the goals, right? Hopefully not literally, but I don't know, like you don't complete your resolutions, you don't keep up with them, and then you feel bad and you take it out on yourself and you're like, oh, I'm so bad, I didn't do my resolutions. Like, that doesn't help anything. It also doesn't help because I think a lot of times people set very ambiguous, either hard to attain or hard to maintain resolutions for themselves. Right? Like, I'm gonna lose weight. Okay, how much? Enough. I'm gonna go to the gym every day. It's like, no, you're not. It's a great way to set up disappointment. Because as soon as you miss it once, well, now you're in the pity spiral. You're gonna miss it more, and then you're gonna feel worse, and eventually you're just gonna stop doing it. And instead, being like, I'm gonna go once a week. Or I'm gonna do some manner of exercise twice a week. You know, it could be the gym, it could be running, it could be stuff at home, right? But just maintaining a routine of it. You know, it also allows a little bit of flexibility. You might be like, okay, well, I went to the gym for a while, but I don't really like the gym, and I would rather play tennis or play basketball. Or I joined an exercise group at work. You know, that's still holding to the resolution. It just changes with, you know, the situation. It changes with the year. I think if I were to sort of take that a little bit closer to home, you know, one of my goals for next year is to really get back into working on pages, working on my game. But what does that mean exactly? Right? Do I, like, what is working on it? What is enough work? I'll have to think on something more targetable. Something well defined. I still want to take another pass at the dress, but I do feel like it's working better overall. Just because we're gonna make 3 of these, I don't really want to sacrifice quality or anything. What I will say, as far as overall quality is concerned, is I think part of what I want to do here essentially is, we'll get to a good spot with this one. Maybe not 100%, but like 95, right? Effectively done with it. And then we'll work on the next one. And then we'll work on the third one. And then once we have all of them, at that effectively complete state, kind of look at all 3 of them together and see where they aren't quite lining up, where one of them might need a little extra love and attention in a particular area, and we'll revisit, right? We'll kind of come back around and be like, oh, let's get some extra work in the hair on this one, or a bit of a rework on the skirt on this one, or do bring all 3 of them up in total. Because at the rate we're going, I do think there's a good chance that we're going to see all 3 of them completed, which is cool. I did hop on Warframe last night for a little bit. Because I've been teasing some upcoming story stuff. So there's a few missions, a few quest lines that I need to complete to be all caught up on it. It is kind of nice that I'm, I'm strong enough, I'm high enough level, I have good enough equipment that I can just like hop in and do the main story stuff. I don't really need to worry about like grinding any content. Because the grind is always what takes me out of the game. The story... Warframe's story is always so weird. Because I feel like their lore is very interesting. But then the actual way that they present the narrative is always kind of problematic. I feel like the in-game storytelling is always just kind of so-so. And the missions never, the quests never like last long enough to tell the total story. I always feel like I get to the end and I'm like, that was like half the length it needed to be. The last one I played was Jade Shadows. That one was actually pretty good. That was like a nice contained story that I think flowed pretty well. I was impressed by that one. And then I started, what is it? Enchilados? Enchilados something. Good start. Excellent presentation. But I feel like the narrative flow of the story is probably going to go in much the same way that many of them have. And I'm just kind of like, I like what you're doing, but I want to see more of it. If that makes sense. 1 second. Still not quite back to 100%.
My body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over? If I cross the line, take a seat, but I'd rather you not be here for what could be my final form. Stay your pretty eyes on course. Keep the memories of who I was before. So stay with
We'll
me.
revisit the eyes in a minute.
My body's on
Well,
the line.
work on the hair for a bit while we're here.
Fight this
While I'm thinking about it.
now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Honestly, I thought I was fully prepared for the threshold in store. Stay your pretty eyes on course. I guess I never really faced my fears before. So stay with me because my body's on the line now.
I was talking with my roommate the other day. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out a bit. Hope you get some good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. I was chatting with my roommate a couple days ago. This was one of the things I wanted to yap about on Tuesday, but I couldn't. We were sort of going back and forth and talking about a couple of different movie series and whatnot that we both felt sort of had an issue in common, that they had interesting ideas. They had the parts, but the way that they put the parts together was not as strong as they could have been. Right? It just didn't have the right end result. And my roommate was looking at like the Dark Knight movies, the three Christopher Nolan Batman movies, and we actually came to a very interesting conclusion on what we would have done instead. But yeah, we were sort of looking at the Star Wars prequels. We honestly both kind of dismissed the Star Wars sequels very quickly because there was no plan there. There weren't ideas there. There was just money. But the prequels did have ideas. So credit where credit is due. We were looking at The Hobbit. The Hobbit was really interesting because we both kind of agreed that the lighter tone compared to Lord of the Rings and the more sort of bombastic, fantastic elements makes sense for The Hobbit, right? It is generally a more light-hearted adventure than The Lord of the Rings is. And I think it would have worked very fine, and it would have even made sense to have both of those exist in the same universe, because The Hobbit is sort of presented as Bilbo writing his book, right? This is the adventure story that he is telling, and so yeah, he's gonna embellish it a little bit. He's gonna add some flourish. There's gonna be a little bit of cleaning up of some of the less pleasant elements of his story, and then that sort of even gets reflected later on in Lord of the Rings when Frodo, is talking with Bilbo. Is like, my adventure turned out to be very different than yours. It's like, well, maybe it was not. Maybe it was very similar, but Bilbo sort of presented a cleaner, happier, more exciting version that Frodo believed to be true. But one of the chatters over in Jin's Discord a while back was talking about how she is working on a story, and at one point sort of went through it, with a notebook, and was writing down stuff as she went. She was sort of revising everything and looked over it at the end. It was like, this ending doesn't make sense. Like the way that things are set up, the way that things flow, it doesn't really work to reach this point. And I think that is a good sort of indication of self-awareness, right? To have, even if the story isn't quite there yet, even if you're not happy with how it's coming along, to have that self-awareness of going, okay, there needs to be a point, there needs to be some sort of revision here so that the parts all align and that everything feels coherent towards the same end goal.
Beneath the stars, over snow on winter's morn, I turn at last to paths that lead home.
I imagine it's a lot harder when you have, you know, some huge project with a production budget and lots of people involved and you're trying to move everything along, but you know, I think that's a big part of why you want to, or during your pre-production phase when you're, you know, writing out the story, the script, the screenplay, whatever the format it is, you know, really being judicious in that period and making sure that you're putting in the due diligence that when, like, okay, yeah, now we have to go, we don't have a lot of time to go back and do revisions and rewrites and whatnot, you can be confident that the end result or the end goal is something worth aiming for. I feel like, I imagine sometimes they're like, oh yeah, we got the screenplay written in like 3 weeks, and it's like, okay, did you proofread it? Did you double check it? Are you happy with it, or are you just bragging that you got it written really quickly? Because I will absolutely revisit old projects and be like, this is shite. Listen, happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Working on our drawings. There we go. I'm doing okay. It's kind of a frustrating day at work. Mostly recovered. Still a little rough around the edges. Still rough around the edges, but getting better. As I'm sure you can hear. But you know what? I can talk again, so that's definitely an improvement.
Go spin the wheel and see where it lands. Join in the circus, stay for a dance. Right when the war quiets down, strike up the band. Keep marching.
I appreciate it. I don't know if I would go so far as to say great, but better.
Do what you can.
More like normal.
Wait till your brothers and your sisters see where you've been. And if you love the journey more than the end, go ahead, just turn that hourglass around and count to 10. This ain't goodbye no more. It just began. March on, my friends. Oh,
pretend.
Sorry, I was thinking of something to put on and it's escaping me.
I waited for you and waited for you and made a mistake I can never undo. And now I look back, thought I lost track. I spent so much time I can never get back. That memories when no matter how much it hurts. And all the inside, I feel like I'm crying. I'm tearing up the walls and the corners of my mind.
There we go. Good. Right. Yeah, that feels better.
But it was my everything and now I've lost it all. Oh, now I will never get the chance to tell you.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I do think it's coming along very quickly, which is cool. A lot of confidence that we can actually finish this up the way that we would like. Actually see them all done before the end of the year.
When it's too tight, wanna tell you just to hold on, hold on.
You know, you might just be right about that. Might just be able to see it though. The one downside to the end of the year is just because it's just not getting to stream as much. I do think it's gonna kind of work out scheduling wise, just because, you know, I think we're gonna finish on. I don't know if we're gonna finish Shantae on Saturday. It's not supposed to be a very long game, so arguably it's taken a little bit longer than I already expected it to. Not in a bad way, just a oh, I thought this game would be over sort of way. We did get a little turned around, but I think what we'll probably do, because there's only one more Saturday after this coming week, right? So it doesn't really make sense to start Horizon Forbidden West. It's true. It's true. We just get to spend more time enjoying it together. No wait, we technically just listened to this. Anyway. Oh, I know what I wanted to listen to. Oh, fuck you. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. There's one more Saturday. I figure it doesn't really make sense to start Horizon and then, you know, take like 2 weeks off. So we forget everything in the first episode, right? Let me pour myself some tea. Actually, I'm just gonna sip some water real quick. There we go. So I don't know what we'll do on Saturday next week. I think it depends a lot on how these drawings are coming along. If we just want to spend the whole time working to complete them, or if they're already in a good spot, we just need to wrap up on the last one. But yeah, I think we'll start Horizon in January. Right when we get back, we'll kick off the year with a new game. See, I think we're wrapping up the year in a good spot, but it always just kind of sucks as like I'm gonna end up taking like 2 weeks or so off. We will have one more stream just to sort of look back and cap out the year. Talk about plans for next year, all that. But you know, that's usually a shorter stream just because I don't have my whole setup when I'm doing that one. Oh, I love the song. It's so good. It's so sad. So good. It's so sad. There we go. I have very mixed feelings about Arcane. The writing in second season was not as good, but the artistry was phenomenal. Overall, a very good show. Too bad it's League of Legends. Really kind of brings down the whole mood. I think the principal paintwork is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. There's a lot to clean up, but I think we've got most of the legwork done now. Granted, I'm not 100% sure what's happening right here. That part's a little fucky. I think these slaves in general could use another pass. Bit of a sanity check. So I like this. I think, yeah, maybe just combining these shapes. And combining these shapes. Let's just kind of soften this up a little bit. Let's see. I never finished that animatic from the start of the year. Never fully cleaned it up and timed it out. That sucks. I'll try and revisit that at some point.
Look, I know you miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on.
Meanwhile,
you're out
that
there
one I
just
think just sort of hit the
walking the streets at night. Alone.
whip waste bin,
River of darkness.
so to speak. The ideas that sort of live as long as there's interest in them.
Glowing windows in the buildings from the elevated train. I see 1,000 if I kept going? If I don't get up tonight, what if I ride this to the edge into the darkness to the light? Could I find you? Could I find you?
Okay. Yeah, it's really just this shape. I don't get it. I don't like it.
If I slipped away. What if there's no answer? Just hearts that have to fight through the dangers of the darkness, through the darkness to the light. Could I find you? Could I find you? If I slipped away.
That's working better at least. I feel like the shapes are a bit more logical. Oh, thank you for the hit, Pierre.
You can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
Good. Yeah, it feels better in general, I think. I like it more. Hair feels pretty good. Okay. I definitely want to do a little bit to sort of pop some of the highlights and everything, but this part needs more work.
Is it you? Have my prayers been answered? Is it really you standing there? Or am I dreaming once more? You look different. Your eyes tired.
Is it really you, my love?
I am not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I'm not your kind and gentle husband. And I am not the love you knew before. Would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done? The things I cannot change. Would you love me all the same? I know that you've been waiting for love.
What kinds of things did you do?
Left a trail of red on every island. As I traded friends like objects I could use. Hurt more lives than I can count on my hands. But all of that was to bring me back to you. So tell me, would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done? The things I can't undo. I am not the man you knew. I know that you've been waiting.
If that's true, could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor that would bring me some peace. See that wedding bed? Could you carry it over? Lift it high on your shoulders and take it far away from here.
How could you say this? I had built that wedding bed with my blood and sweat. Carved it into the olive tree where we first met. A symbol of our love everlasting. Do you realize what you have asked me? The only way to move it is to cut it from its roots.
Only my husband knew that, so I guess that makes him you.
Penelope.
I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how long, no matter how long it's been your mind. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband, and I've been waiting,
Penelope. Penelope.
That looks pretty good. I think I just want to continue to clean it up, but I like the overall look and direction.
How long has it been?
20 years.
Let's see. Really should have put the stardust on a separate layer.
Shoot 'em up and keep on going. 'Cause I got a job to do, and I don't stop for no one. Get your gun, kiss your wife, lock up your daughter. Don't let her fall in love with a pale rider. Many men quickly found out unforgiving. They say dying ain't no way to make a living. Get your gun, bet your life if you're a gambler. You draw dead man's hand against the pale rider. And I'll go down into Mexico. What I came for, I think you know. I take another life, it's all the same. It's one more killing to the man that has no name.
Okay, I like this. I like it. I want to make an adjustment. And it's going to take a little bit of breaking it down so that we can build it back up.
Ride to town,
So just bear with me for a moment.
keep on going. 'Cause I got a job to do, and I'll be gone come morning.
I think this should work.
And kiss your wife,
Oh no, that one's going to be
your
better.
daughter.
Alright.
Tell her you're
Well, that's letting
right
up. Let's go ahead
to
and
meet the pale rider. Don't let her fall in love with the pale rider. And I rode down into Mexico. What I came for, I think you know. Take another life, it's all the same. It's one more killing to the man that has no name. It's one more bullet to the man that has no name.
Okay. What have you got for me? Okay. So if we take all of that, and then... Oh, is that better? Yeah, that's good. Sorry, I know I'm doing stuff off screen. One moment, I'll bring it back around. I'm just grabbing a song for y'all. I guess we're getting to the melancholy section now.
Watch that old fire as it flickers and dies. The once bless the household and lit up our lives. It shone for the friends and the clinking of glasses.
Are you fucking
I'll
serious?
tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. Capture the wild things and bring them in line. And on what was never your right to confine. The lives and the loves and the songs are what matters. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. Do you feel heavy, your eyes drop with grief? Your spirit is wild and your suffering is brief. So never you buckle and bend to the masses. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. Get round the fire with a glass of strong ale, and tell us a story from beyond the pale. Bury some seeds and expect some strong branches. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. Now show me a man that can meet all his needs. For what we need most now is unity seed. A common old song for all creeds and all classes. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. I'll tend to the flame. What will we do when the world it is ending? And time it is halted for friend and for foe. Try to hold on to the time as it passes. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes. I'll tend to the flame, you can worship the ashes.
There we go. I like that. This is a little bit more cleaned up, right? Oh, right. But the other thing that I was doing, we're gonna go back in and touch up, is right along here where these overlap. I want to get little hot spots. Give it a big little sense of depth, right? Good.
I dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that
I'm realizing highlights don't really make sense anymore. But that's okay, because now we have good info to build them off of. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, let's do this and then we'll fix up that eye, because that's definitely not what we want.
build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there before too long. Gonna build that wall up to the skies. Gonna build that wall up to the sky.
One thing that was very cool, I was very happy to hear. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. One thing I was really happy to hear. So, I did get to hear, or Supergiant did win an award. What was it? Best action game? No. Oops. Hopefully nothing damaged or nothing. What was I gonna say? Shit. They did win a game. I'm completely blank, or an award. I'm completely blanking on which one it was. But what they were saying was Supergiant was 7 people when they made Bastion. It was only 7 people. And all 7 of them are still at the company. They have expanded their team since then. It is a bigger operation, but the original group is still there. And that's really cool. It's really cool that after all this time they still enjoy working together. And they're still happy to work with each other and then support each other's goals that way.
Lie on my back. Clouds are making way for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. I see your star. You left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. Eyes open wide, feel your heart is glowing. I'm welcome, sweet home. I'll take your hand. Now you'll never be lonely. Now you'll come home, sweet home. I see your star. You left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. I'm gonna hide these for a minute so we can piece this up better. Sweet home,
Let's see. Did those already? Oh. Excuse me.
Crush my heart into embers, and I will reignite. I will reignite. Just hold on until the end, 'cause we will give them hell. I will never surrender. We'll free the earth and sky, crush my heart into embers, and I will reignite.
Oh, the hands are a little scuffed still. And by a little, I mean they're pretty bad. Okay, I think what I want to do, I'll clean this up a lot. It's not even necessarily extend the fingers that much. I think a lot of it just comes down to the index being too short. If we have that knuckle there, and sort of nudge the middle finger up a bit farther, do something like that. Yeah, that's a bit better. I think the palm to finger width is better there. A little bit. This curve looks too good. Let me get some tea. I've not poured my second cup of tea yet. Let's see. Good. Yeah, that's a bit better. Hang on. Okay, so hands like that. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm silly. I'm a silly little fuddy-duddy and I'm not doing it right. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Better anyway. Should erase this before I start doing other things, but it's okay. Good. A little bit more of a flat surface right there. Fill out the volume of the thumb a little bit. Better. Certainly better. Right, so still a little bit of the striation in here, just so that I can use as a point of reference and double check some of our anatomy notes. Right, so we got base knuckle, first knuckle, and then second knuckle. Okay, so given that, this needs to smooth out a little bit. Needs to straighten out. think that works alright. I think that's okay. We got whatever the fuck that is. I'm acting really frustrated, but the fact that we're at this point, the fact that we are cleaning all of this up, like, on Thursday, when, you know, we did the sketches for all of them on Saturday, and we did the, like, block-ins and everything on Tuesday, I feel like we're blasting through this in a good way. No, I do want to bring this in a little bit. Oh, I don't know about that, but thank you. I will say, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit because I was thinking about this, sort of looking over the wrap up mural for the end of the year. I had a song to put on and I forgot. Damn it. What was it? Shit. Well, let's do this. So one of the things that I worry about with, I would say, fair regularity is stagnating, right? Doing so many drawings here, trying to make sure that I have something ready to go all the time. I worry about just kind of falling into doing the things I'm familiar with, the things I'm comfortable with, and not necessarily growing artistically. But I feel like we set goals for ourselves this year. I feel like we set goals for the sort of things that we do on the channel, the type of art we want to accomplish, and then just having like little individual pieces that had, you know, short-term goals or individual goals that ended up, I don't know, I think there was actually a lot of leveling up this year. I think there was a lot of figuring stuff out and just getting overall more efficient. Which is a good feeling. I don't know. I think in some ways, doing the artwork with you guys, doing it in front of you guys, also kind of holds me accountable. Because it's very easy, I think, to just sort of fall into what you know. Whereas, you know, having an audience and showing you guys stuff and telling you guys like my methodologies, like I kind of have to fact check myself. I kind of have to check how I do things and check that the things that I say are accurate, because there's already enough bullshit orbiting around on the internet. I certainly don't want to add to it. I don't want to be telling y'all untruths and half-truths and malarkey. You guys deserve better than that. Okay, I think that's working. I think the thing that's kind of thrown me off is this finger. It has a continuity to it that just makes it feel very thick. And so I want to do something to sort of better define its boundaries. I think one of the things that we can do that will help that out a lot is if we bring in our seam work, we can sort of show like, no, the finger only wraps around to about that point. I'm gonna play a song. I normally avoid this one because it is very melancholy, but it's also very beautiful. Let me see if I can find it. There you are.
Wasn't ready when my name was called. I always thought that the line was long. It doesn't really matter, 'cause life rolls on. When we're here and when we're finally gone. All I know is the timing's right. We're not alone when the siren nothing left to give. All I know is the timing's right. We're not alone when the siren's right.
True. Sometimes you just need to. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta be in the right mood for it, but I agree. Music is a form of expression. The more you can express, the stronger it is. So- I want to rework the bow a little bit just because I feel like we're getting a little too. Okay, it's a couple of. I have a couple issues with it. So, I actually want to do this on a separate layer just so that we can really clean it up and get it exactly into the shape that I want. It's just a little too like sharp and geometric at the moment. It's also too upright. I want it to be softer. The shape should have more droop to it. Alright. Cleans up most of the garbage. I don't know. I think it's just kind of, it's the end of the year. You know, very like chill music vibes. You know, a lot of times we'll do more like poppy or upbeat stuff, and I'm just kind of in the mood for something very laid back for the most part. One of the things I had not heard this before I started watching Mighty Nine. It is super cool that they kept the Wild Mount theme that McGinnis did years ago for Critical Role, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna keep using it." Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so yeah, now that we have the actual loops of the bow out of the way, we can do the part that ties around the neck more clearly. We can get in here, we can draw these out a little bit clearer. Well, okay. Now that we have it separated properly, we can do something more like this. See, this is more what the bow, how it actually sits. Having it be like erect like it was before, sort of defying gravity. Just it was not right. It didn't look right. Didn't feel right. But trying to rework it on the same layer would have been a huge pain in the butt. good. See how much softer that feels? Just a general overall better vibe. Oh, speaking of the shotgun of feels to the heart. Okay, so I'm gonna take that.
Welcome and welcome, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burnt bright as a star. Oh, I have been waiting patiently all this time. Past and complete, now sing with me once more. Share your life, far greater than memory. It's lost and lost and not home. Boundless the tale of the rose, and carries on to remember the ring near and far below. Each drop of blessing from heavens above. And how as time flowed on those waters, came on streams, rivers, and lakes, reaching for the horizon and far beyond. They carry onward, however changed with each brief reflection. By setting sun, by storms wake, till welcome dawn to sinking deeper, recalling lakes. Coming tides sweep in and bear you down. Should you meet a surprising surface space with your unbeating heart, wish them
Oh, what are you doing here? Yeah. But here, let's put all of these in a separate group. Just so that we can turn them off more easily. Okay. Oh, this part. I was like, what am I forgetting? I was forgetting the thing that I was literally just doing. That happens to me a lot. Because I didn't survive with my memory bank intact. Not really room on the other side. That's okay. Okay. The one thing I'm like, I kind of want to touch up. What? I want to check two things. I just want to see what it looks like if I up the saturation. Interesting, but I don't really care for it. Yes, which one is it? Tetris Effect. Good game. I think I played it once or twice on stream. Okay. Out of curiosity, that's where we were last time I saved out a merge layer. Improvements. Okay, so I just want to go into the face for a little bit because I think we have a little bit of room to do some strong highlighting. Really bring the focus into here, right? So video of the guy being top 1 Tetris player to do a Deca Hecka Tetra Mega Tetris before it came out. What does that mean? This is not the actual. the game basically pause time so you can line up. Oh, and then it just hits all of them in quick succession. And you just rapid fire off like a bajillion Tetris in a row. Sick. I love this song. That's cool. Y'all want to see a magic trick? Thank you. Just trying to bump up the highlights around the face, bring the focus in a little bit there. I feel like we have such a strong light source that would reflect right around here, you know? Here's our background stuff. What brush do I want here? I think it's this one. that for sort of the broader smattering of stars in the background. And we can bring in a couple of really strong ones. Just a few, right? Don't want to overdo it. And just because I'm a space slut. What? We're gonna try one more thing as soon as I get a song going. I want to see how it looks. It might be overkill, but it might look really nice. No. That's not bad. That one's not bad either. That's stupid overkill. Alright. Not that one. What was the other one? This one. Okay, put that. This. And then take this one and scale it up some. And put it like right there. Alright, now combine those. Let's overlay. Yeah, vivid light, like 20%. Perfect. Yeah, like enough to give the impression, but not so much as to distract, right? We don't want it to be like a noisy background where it's just like stuff everywhere, right? Especially if it's battling with our little starlight here for attention. I'm gonna add a couple more bright stars, but just a handful. Yeah. Let's hide the palette, and then we'll go ahead and try our post-process here and see how it feels. Oh. I like it. I'm gonna make one little touch up. I wonder if the form brush would work for this. Yeah, kind of. This is a good start. And then we can go in with a normal brush to get something a little more specific. Okay, so with that sort of forming a straight line down, I'm realizing it's a little bit too far away for the positioning of the hands. So I think we're gonna put on one more song while we touch this up, and then we're gonna wrap it up. If I can find one. You know what? This works. Yeah, if we just bring it over a little bit and scale it up just a hair. Yeah, like it's coming down. It's not a big deal, right? But I just feel like if we were to draw a straight line down. See that? That just sort of hits the position of the hand a little bit better than where we have it. Not a big deal, just that little touch up, right? Okay, the effects are on, that's good, and everything else is there. I like it all. We got one last thing that I realized I forgot to do. It's very minor, but consistency is key. Just lighten that up a bit. Thank you. I swear, last thing, last thing. There we go. Okay. I have so many coins. Oh no. I'm gonna go bald. Okay. So. I like it. I am about ready to call this one finished. I think it's right in that teeny ballpark. But we're not done. We are not finished, right? Because we've got 2 more drawings to do. We've got a whole triptych out of this now. So, like I was saying, I think on Saturday, we're gonna leave this one where it is. So we'll leave the 3/4 in its current state, in its current being. And then we'll start the side view here in the bottom corner. We'll work on that. Saturday, probably Tuesday. Similar case. And then work on the front view. And once we've done all of them, sort of come back through and make sure they are all hitting on a similar level. We're happy with all of them. No other little touch-ups or details. And then we'll package them all up together and send them on their way. Thank you. I am happy with it. I think it's sitting really well. I think it's... I don't know. This one, to me, like, I was really happy with last year's, particularly with the background. I think we hit something really pleasant there. I don't know. Something about this one just feels like a good encapsulation of this year, right? Like, it's got this year's summer outfit. It's got a lot of the techniques that we've been practicing. It just feels like a summary in a nice way that I really enjoy that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut down YouTube. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad. We'll see y'all next time. And I'm gonna find somebody for us to raid.